Good afternoon from Council Chambers. Could you just identify yourself if you just joined the conference line, please?
You bet. It's Kevin Brzezinski.
Hi, Kevin. Thanks so much. We haven't quite started just yet. When the mayor joins us, we'll be doing some roll call and then we'll get started.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Al Murphy joined as well from EPS.
Oh, hi, Al. Thanks so much.
He told me he couldn't. So. Okay, we'll roll call in 30 seconds here. Get ready. Sorry?
Hello.
Can I just check who just joined the conference line, please?
Hi, it's Chris Sikora.
Oh, hi there. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Sikora, thanks for joining us. We're just about to get started.
That was great. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, let's call this Emergency Advisory Committee meeting to order for October 15th. And I will start with a roll call. Normally I would start with Councillor Banga, but he's let me know he has a medical appointment that prevents him from attending, so with regrets. We'll go next to Councillor Cartmel.
I'll make them for you and then I'll send it.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Welcome, thanks. Councillor Zadek.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger. Oh, right, Councillor Esslinger let me know she is on council business right now for the FCM AGM, which I ducked out of, but she's continuing to represent the city in her board capacity there for us, so she's on city business. She may join us if that wraps in time. Councillor Hamilton?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thanks. Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor McKean?
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Good afternoon.
Good day. And Councillor Walters?
I'm present.
Yeah. Thank you. You'll let us know if you have to duck back out to that other meeting?
I will, in about an hour, probably. Thank you.
Okay, which is council business as well. So I'm glad you could join us for the start here for the presentation. So that's plenty to get started. I should acknowledge that we're having this EAC meeting on traditional Treaty 6 territory, which is an ancient home of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, and Nakota Sioux peoples, as well as one of the homelands of the Métis Nation, and a gathering place for people from many different cultures from all around the world trying to build, with the common goal, trying to build a better, and in this case, safer city. So with that, armed with that intent, we'll entertain a motion to adopt the fairly straightforward agenda before us here today. Councillor Knack?
So moved.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the agenda? Do you want a formal vote for the system, or?
Could we try it, please?
Sure, okay. Please vote using your eScribe device.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a little behind, so I'm a yes.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Yes for me as well, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry, I booted up. It's a yes for me also.
Councillor Zadig and Councillor Henderson are also verbally yes. Got what you need there?
Yeah, we just, Councillor Paquette, please.
I'm trying to get the vote, but I'm not getting it, so I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Please display the vote. And the agenda is carried unanimously. The minutes from September 17th, Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the September 17th, 2020 Emergency Advisory Committee meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions with the minutes? Okay, we'll take unanimous consent on those. Any objections to the minutes? Not hearing any. That's carried by unanimous consent. Protocol items? I don't think we had any for today. So we'll dive right into the one item for debate. We'll just deem it selected, item 3.1. We'll get the presentation for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I should say it's been a busy while here in the run-up to this meeting, so thank you for your continued diligence and liaison. Look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of committee. With me today at the front are Bonnie Andrzejczuk, our city solicitor, and David Aiken, our task team lead. For the past month, the progression of the virus in our city has required us to be even more vigilant about our relaunch actions and compliance efforts. We have reevaluated some of our initiatives and reconfirmed that our approaches are robust enough to respond to the potential of a second wave. After 7 months of monitoring and protecting the health and safety of Edmontonians through careful delivery of service, it is the social impacts of the pandemic that continue to be a priority, particularly those that relate to vulnerable populations. The change in seasons, combined with the province's move to elevate Edmonton's own relaunch status to enhanced, has led us to re-examine our efforts and plan for the increasingly real possibility of changing our approach to combat a COVID second wave. There are now reminders and context for a pandemic battle. When Edmontonians stop being vigilant about practicing public health measures, COVID gains strength, harms the health and safety of the community, and risks overwhelming the health system. Our current situation is a serious wake-up call about what it means to be responsible. Through our actions, administration continues to send the message that it is in all of our hands to bring the virus under control. Today's update begins with a snapshot of the current case numbers and health risks in the Edmonton zone. I'll also report on the actions administration has taken since the zone was placed on enhanced status last week. By taking a leadership stance in areas of our service delivery, the city intends to underscore the importance of individual and collective actions for avoiding a setback in our relaunch efforts. I have a brief update on our support for those experiencing homelessness and the plan to transition those sleeping rough into temporary accommodations by the end of the month. Finally, like many employers, the city has had to re-examine its workforce strategies and plans in light of the new voluntary public health measures, and I'll highlight some of the issues we are addressing. We are in discussions with the Health Zone Emergency Operations Center 3 times per week to discuss the epidemiology of cases, and with the Alberta Health Team 2 times a week to deal with shelter outbreaks. Edmonton's current COVID-19 status and trend data over the past month continues to be concerning. The number of new cases continues to climb, making Edmonton the COVID-19 hotspot in the province. The infection rate per 100,000 population is currently at 120. There are 34 outbreaks in the Edmonton zone, including 10 acute care and long-term care facilities, 7 in supportive living sites, and 17 in other sites, including businesses and private gatherings. Hotspot subzones are Northeast, Northgate, Abbotsfield, Castle Downs, and Mill Woods. The new voluntary restrictions for the Edmonton Health Zone announced by the province recommend that social family gatherings be smaller and not exceed 15 people. The number of cohorts be limited to 3 for children, household, and school, and 1 additional cohort, such as 1 sport team or 1 other extracurricular group, are acceptable. The monitoring of business compliance to workplace guidelines will shift from education to enforcement. Increased enforcement of those not self-isolating, which is around 11% of the new cases, and that masks be worn in all indoor workspaces, even those currently not covered by the city bylaw, except where there are specific barriers such as plexiglass or workers work in isolation. Alberta Health has reviewed the recent active case data for Edmonton and has identified the behaviors that are contributing to surging numbers. They found that 36% of the cases are 25 to 40 years old who become positive following a family or private social gathering. Another 36% of cases can be traced to an outbreak. The remainder are considered community transmission, including through schools. It will take another 14 days or so, the COVID incubation period, to determine if the new voluntary measures have effectively slowed the rate of transmission. The weighted overall public compliance rate with the mandatory face covering bylaw is strong, with 98% of those monitored wearing a mask or face covering. In the week ending October 14th, our enforcement officers inspected 198 businesses, monitored 13 shopping malls, and witnessed more than 9,600 members of the public. Officers will continue to monitor indoor bylaw compliance in city facilities and public spaces, providing additional attention to hotspots and spaces where crowds are gathering. Some of the actions that we have put in place to support the new health measure include tightening restrictions at rec facility services. For example, no spectator access in areas without designated spectator seating, such as field houses, gyms, and most pools. Where designated controlled spectator area exists, 25% of the regular seating capacity is allowed. No social event rentals or picnic site bookings for the remainder of 2020. Reduced capacity for other indoor booking or rentals at 25% of normal room capacity to a maximum of 50 people. And increased security and crowd monitoring at facilities to ensure protocols are being followed. Communication to support the introduction of these restrictions includes signage within facilities, staff training, and outreach to user groups. For transit service, escalation has resulted in adjustments to service levels, including school service to support physical distancing and gathering restrictions, revised sale channels for low-income transit pass sales that reduce the need for in-person contact, and same-day cleaning and disinfecting of bus shelters located near schools when we are notified of a school outbreak. The number of community standards and neighborhood branch enforcement teams has been increased to allow targeted monitoring in outbreak areas and support the face covering bylaw. Branch staff have recently joined the AHS Public Health Inspection Strike Team to offer support and follow up on complaints as appropriate. Compliance issues or concerns are now coordinated through the strike team, and our staff are ready to provide their support. We are supporting AHS in the development of targeted language and cultural communications that engage local communities. This includes a targeted social marketing campaign. By delivering messages digitally, we can remain nimble and are able to adjust quickly. For example, the Parks and Roads branch is using dynamic messaging boards across the city to remind the public to wear masks and keep gatherings small. Roughly 30% of the city's current workforce is working from home. Our multi-phase plan to reintegrate employees is being reviewed to ensure that building occupancy thresholds and the criteria for the timing of return to work are more closely aligned with our health zone indicators. Specifically, return to work will not proceed until the city is designated as open for at least 2 consecutive weeks. Until we reach this status, we will reinforce working from home for all employees who can and encourage others who are able to do so. We've begun regular meetings with our colleagues at the City of Calgary to understand lessons learned and exchange ideas based on our COVID experiences. We're following up on a suggestion to reach out to the University of Alberta and capitalize on their expertise as a think tank and data analysis provider. We want to get the best thinking on our relaunch activities and have access to a different perspective and insights, which will be very useful. You will recall that Alberta Health has identified 2 province-wide triggers that would result in the introduction of legislative restrictions. An increase of 5% or more in cumulative hospitalizations over a 14-day period, and more than 50% of ICU beds being utilized. We hope to never reach these medical milestones, but as noted in the previous slide, we have begun to take action to support the new voluntary health restrictions. Level 2 in our progression model supports these additional measures while Edmonton remains in the enhanced status. Business areas in the organization have identified actions and contingencies that are now starting to be implemented. Some business areas have begun to execute their plans, while others are in preparation mode for the decisions that will impact operations over the winter. Some plans are scalable within large facilities, while others relate to outbreak numbers, capacity, and patron management. It's important to note that some lines of business directed a very conservative approach from start of relaunch and do not require adjustments at this stage. With respect to City Hall, we've been monitoring the reopening restrictions, and based on our experience to date, have made some adjustments. We're implementing registration deadlines for in-person participation for council and committee meetings to help monitor attendance level and encourage virtual participation. More guidance for in-person speakers regarding public health requirements, COVID-19 screening, face coverings worn at all times, physical distancing for seating in chambers, temperature, etc. The city room has been designated as an overflow space when attendance numbers are starting to approach capacity. TV allows participants to view the meeting live and maintain the required physical distance. We have activated our commitment to end homelessness through a series of actions designed to provide temporary and bridge accommodation for vulnerable Edmontonians. Our short-term goal is to ensure the safe and dignified transition of individuals out of the cold and into spaces that provide meaningful, temporary care and support. We continue to work closely with a range of social agencies and organizers of encampments to ensure our efforts are effective and sustainable. There are actions that have the potential to positively change lives, and we respect that negotiations and timelines can be challenging and sensitive. We are encouraged by the progress to date and are ready to respond to logistical issues that emerge. Boyle Street Community Services will administer a city program that provides immediate housing options for homeless individuals living in Lighthorse Park. This program will be funded by a grant from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities COVID-19 Community Response for Vulnerable Populations Fund. Lighthorse Park organizers have announced publicly that they intend to wind down the camp by October 18th. Until the end of October, the Boyle Street Outreach Team will continue to assess the housing needs of the individuals on site and offer bridge housing to camp occupants. Following the completion of this process, the city will enforce the illegal camping provisions of the Parkland bylaw and remove remaining campers from the park. Those who have not voluntarily relocated or who are not suitable candidates for hotel accommodation will be supported in their transfer to the 24/7 temporary pandemic accommodation at the Edmonton Convention Centre. With respect to Camp Pekawewin, we are working with organizers to ensure appropriate alternatives like the Edmonton Convention Centre are accessible and inclusive, and also bring additional bridge housing capacity online to meet the needs of those on site. We continue to work with the organizers to ensure the safety of those on the site and look for an alternative to their current structure that support the camp in the interim. An end date for the camp has not been determined and is subject to these ongoing discussions. From October 30th of this year to March of next year, the Edmonton Convention Centre will be used for temporary pandemic accommodation for vulnerable individuals. People who stay at the Convention Centre will have a safe, warm place to sleep, receive daily meals, and have access to storage, washrooms, shower facilities, and culturally appropriate health, wellness, and housing support resources. Preparations are underway for opening, and we are working with community partners to draft a lease agreement, establish a procurement process for agreements with operators, complete a development permit application, and develop guidelines that identify city expectations for shelter operations. Safety is paramount in these efforts, and we have been in discussions with EPS to develop plans for ensuring public safety in the vicinity of the Convention Centre. While we fully expect the doors to be open on October 30th, it will take time for agencies to ramp up to the level of service that we are targeting and that Council has requested. We will continue to scale up week by week after October 30th to reach the 300-bed capacity and to provide a full spectrum of services. That concludes the presentation, and we're all happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Laughlin, I have some concerns with your process here with regards to the use of the convention center. So we've decided to use the convention center, and we've decided not to use the expo anymore. Why did we shut the door on the expo?
Initially, the closure of the expo was related to what the cases were like in Edmonton, the support systems that were in place for those that needed support, and the increase of support being provided by different shelter agencies. Why didn't we revisit it this time around? Proximity of where we find a number of folks that are living rough or needing support was more suitable for the convention center, and quite frankly, it was a space that was large enough to accommodate the operations that we would be considering.
So at the end of the expo use, what happened to the building? My report says there was considerable damage done to the building. Do we have any estimates of what that damage is and what the cost of repair might be?
So there was some analysis done on the damage. The information that I currently have is that it wasn't particularly significant. It was a cumulative piece, and I can certainly get that information. There was a report done on exactly that, and I don't have it with me at the moment, but I can certainly provide that.
Well, Mr. Aiken, with all due respect, do you have any idea what it's going to cost to shelter-proof the convention center?
So we did some initial scouting out of that facility several months back as we looked to prepare for that as a contingency plan if the expo site was was full. And so we did have both fire, security, the property managers, several agencies and outside groups have a look at that particular property. So we do have some understanding of what will take to ensure that the proper deployment of the resources such as washrooms and showers, some security risks with entry sites and those sorts of things have been considered in the past and will be considered in the future.
So what's the budget, Mr. Aiken?
As part of council discussions, we had allocated up to $8 million from the most funding to support the operations associated with this.
$8 million for the convention center.
To support the operations of the pandemic accommodations.
Okay, that's what it's falling under. So is the convention center zoned for a shelter right now?
I'll just see if Ms. McCabe is on the call.
Councillor Nicol, it's actually at first not operating as a temporary shelter. It's operating as more of a pandemic response area, and the zoning changes will be coming forward for it to fully operate as a shelter as it transitions in its operations. So that'll be coming to a public hearing on November 3rd.
By our zoning bylaws, correct, Ms. McKay?
The zoning bylaw will be coming forward on November 3rd to public hearing to ensure the alignment to the operations.
So here goes the question, Ms. McCabe. You're planning to open it October 30th, but to have a zoning hearing, that's 19 days, so that comes to the November 3rd. So isn't this presuming an outcome of a public hearing?
I would say no, it's not presuming an outcome of a public hearing. If council chooses not to have that zoning, then we'd look at other options, just as we would with any other public hearing and any applicant. If the zoning doesn't pass at public hearing, then we'll have to go back to the drawing board in terms of what the options are.
But to Mr. Laughlin, we just moved everybody in October 30th.
So Councillor Nicol, it's Ms. Andriachuk. Originally, what we will be doing is looking for a development permit to use the site as lodging housing, as it fits close to that definition until we go through the process. If that doesn't work, there are a few other options that we'll be looking at that could include things like looking at whether we use part of the Emergency Management Act as well on a temporary basis.
So how much time do I have left, Mr. Mayor?
6 seconds.
I'll come back on a second round then, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't actually have so many concerns about the convention center itself as the ward councillor, but I know that downtown business and some local hoteliers close by are concerned, and I know that we made extraordinary efforts for additional security around Expo. Will we be doing the same at the convention center to offer comfort to nearby businesses?
Councillor McKean, as part of my role, I've certainly looped in Superintendent Dean Hilton from the EPS and one of his inspectors, and also from our community standards and neighbourhoods area with our peace officers to provide that support to the facility in and around the park area and up above. So we have looped the police and our peace officers into the support role to ensure that that issues relative to disorder and other sorts of criminal activities are being looked into on a timely basis.
Well, yeah, and maybe I'm naive or overly optimistic, but I would hope that this effort would actually see a reduction in social disorder downtown. And that's my hope, anyways, and I'm going to stick to it. I wanted to ask about the outbreak in the homeless population, and I was contacted by a reporter yesterday who said the outbreak at Hope had doubled in number. Are we tracking that and doing contact tracing, that sort of thing?
Councillor McKean, certainly we are tracking that. As you may recall, we were meeting with the pandemic response team and the medical officer of health 7 days a week in regards to that shelter. I can tell you that the information that you've received is not accurate, that there's been no increase in the number of active cases. They remain at 14 within the Hope, and so that's certainly good news, positive news, to the point where that team that was meeting on that 7 days a week is now meeting twice a week because they feel that the tracing continues. And they have a handle on it, and it's being well managed, and they feel comfortable right now as they can in this pandemic. But there has been no increase or doubling of those numbers.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, no, I'm only chuckling because I should make a comment about the media, but I'll refrain myself. Dr. Sikora is on the call, and I wanted to ask him about, in my reading, I wanted to ask you about people going to restaurants and whether or not we've seen any outbreaks traced to restaurant patronage and whether or not people should be wary of going to restaurants.
That's a great question, Councillor McKean. Ultimately, in the relaunch, we had seen an increase in the number of cases that have linkage to restaurants themselves, but that was really over the July, August, September, and then October time periods, really when that first relaunch was initially occurring. Most of the community-based linkages that we are able to track back are not related to restaurants themselves. And certainly what we have seen is that many restaurants and eating establishments do follow really good, strong practices around screening for patrons as they come in, the provision of hand hygiene upon entry and exit, and then the continuous masking, except for the time period in which you are seated at your table. We have seen some transmission events within nightclub type establishments, not quite a restaurant, more where there's more congregation milling about, and I think that's the higher risk overall.
Yeah,
certainly.
Yeah, the hospitality sector is obviously struggling, and I was at a DBA meeting this morning, and they're going to do their downtown dining week again, and I just, I wondered if there's advice we could give to patrons and whether or not AHS or our folks have been working with restaurants to make sure they're hitting a very high bar so we can have that sector of our economy continue, because it would seem to be really important and also allows us out of our isolated homes and get out and enjoy a meal. So any further thoughts on or advice you would give to people if they wanted to go out to a restaurant?
I think the advice to give to individuals wanting to enjoy our restaurants in and around the Edmonton environment would be to make sure you are healthy when you are there. Make sure you have that continuous masking during your experience as much as you're able to, or at least when you're not sitting down at your table. Hand hygiene is, of course, super critical. From a provider perspective, making sure our staff are protected is of utmost importance as well, and just as important as providing for a good experience and safe, healthy food for patrons. It's a very challenging aspect. Certainly, our environmental public health group is working with our restaurant industry to be able to ensure that those standards are met, make sure that everybody is aware of what the expectations are, what the guidelines are, and that they're able to implement them very safely and appropriately in the environment that they operate in.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank
McKean.
you. Yeah, I'm out of time. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
My first question, just in terms of what we're providing, we talked a lot about what we're going to try and hold on to in terms of inside recreation, inside facilities. I'm just wondering where we're at in terms of maximizing what we'll be able to provide for people outside this year. I'll perhaps after you guys ask, I'll just might ask Dr. Sikora the same question about the kinds of things we might be able to look at and the benefits of doing that. But can we, just in terms of where we're at in terms of ramping up stuff that people would be able to do outside this winter?
Councillor Rob Smythe here. Basically, it's a work in progress in terms of the protocols that we believe will be required at outdoor skating areas such as Victoria Oval or Hurlac Park, cross-country ski trails, and what will be the requirements there. And as you're aware, and council's aware, working with the winter festival groups and see how they can activate and create those positive experiences for citizens over the winter. So it's certainly all systems go basically to encourage those recreation opportunities to exist. So we're pursuing that, and again, we haven't landed on the specific protocols to date, but our plan is to very much activate. Obviously, numbers of people will be restricted, and how we do that will be we'll have to. We're working on that as we speak.
Yeah, and one of the interesting questions that I got was whether or not we're working at all with communities and or groups like that in order to facilitate them being able to sort of pivot to facilitating outdoor. And it was a new question for me. I think it's an interesting idea. And I'm just wondering if again, I know our NRCs, I think, are back at it, and whether or not that's another place we might be able to help.
Yeah, point taken. I can't answer that question, Council. I don't have that information in front of me, but I'll circle back with our NRCs and we can communicate that to you for sure. That outdoor rinks and small sledding hills and so on, in terms of what would be the role of leagues in overseeing some of those venues.
And then maybe to Dr. Sikora, since we have you on the line, in terms of this question, I'm guessing, I think we're hearing that, encouraging people to do things out of doors is better than doing them indoors. So I'm guessing the more we can facilitate that, probably the better for people's mental health and physical health. Have you guys had a look at what may be possible? I mean, obviously we know a great deal more now than we did in March about what's risky and what isn't risky. And I'm wondering if you've had any look at that outdoor winter activity as we move forward that may be able to facilitate and encourage people to recreate safely.
And certainly, I mean, we do live in a winter city, and it's wonderful to see our population outdoors enjoying a river valley or skating rinks overall. It is important to be able to do those types of activities very safely. So often with our outdoor activities, there's sometimes an indoor linkage, whether it be a change room, washroom facilities, or other areas where there might be concessions, and being able to apply the Alberta Health guidelines for safe reopening into that context is going to be very important to be able to do it. Certainly, we are happy to be able to work with our city partners in helping apply those guidelines, those established guidelines, in a safe manner to enable those outdoor physical activities.
Yeah, is it, just to confirm with you, something that I believe to be true, but that probably if we can get people to make the choice to be active outside and therefore not congregate, not do those things inside, that there is benefit and advantage to that. Is that a fair assumption?
I think it's a fair assumption. We're all more physically distanced anyhow when we are outdoors, and certainly the skating rinks are a prime example of that, or at least the larger ones are. Being able to take, I think, care and precaution around overcrowding, so we can't have too many people on a rink at one time, but certainly being able to have reasonable amounts would be appropriate.
Great. Thanks. Just quickly, I'm curious to know about the Lighthorse Park piece and the timing. If they're shutting it down now, how that times with our ability to get people into what we had hoped was going to be the bridge housing for them, and whether or not there's a risk of losing track of that in the intervening couple of weeks. But how is that playing out?
Yeah, fair point, Councillor. That announcement that they did make was we were not consulted or informed until they communicated that in the media. Boyle Street, as Adam said, is still very active at the camp, and are really working hard to get people into bridge housing. You're right. There may be a few individuals that may not get relocated, and then we'll work with our encampment team to use our normal procedure. But our expectation is that by the end of the month, that hopefully the park will be back to a park.
Great,
Thank
thanks.
you.
I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Next is Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Laughlin, you read some statistics earlier about the case surge numbers. You read them fairly quickly for me. Can you just repeat those again?
Sure. Surging numbers are 36% of cases are 25 to 40-year-olds who become positive following a family or private social gathering. Another 6% of cases can be traced to an outbreak, and the remainder are considered community transition, including through schools.
So the remainder portion is community transition, including schools. So schools aren't associated with outbreaks in your numbers.
No, there are schools that are considered outbreaks. It's sort of the percentage difference that is made up of that.
Okay. And an outbreak in a school, I believe, is 2 or more cases, definitively.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. A question for Ms. Andrzejczyk as the city solicitor. This process around the convention center, where we announced the opening, we've been working to acquire, I understand, working to acquire the appropriate and necessary permitting, and then choosing and supporting the agency operators, and then aligning the zoning, well, it is a few days after opening. From a legal perspective, you're comfortable with that?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, the process that we're using is similar to what we would do with typical development permits, and because there is a range of possible uses for the Edmonton Convention Centre, which is zone core commercial arts, it does allow for lodging houses. And when we look at the definition, it fits in it. However, to ensure that we I think, address it more longer term, we were looking then at taking the steps of revising the zoning, and it wouldn't just be for that area, it would be for other similar ones. So it's a broader step.
Right, so you're completely within bounds presently, and then just being prudent over the long run as we run this thing till the end of March.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's good analysis and satisfactory, and I'd certainly hope that no councillor would ever play politics with something like this because of the fast action that's required in the complexity and all the moving pieces here. So it'd be good for us to all be supportive of our administration when it comes to that matter.
And the unanimous previous direction of council.
Correct. Thank you for adding that. Okay, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. And I certainly appreciate that we're responding to the increase in numbers and the watch status. I'm getting some input from our community league leaders about access to swimming. And I don't know if there's any evidence that in some of the pools, if we have transmission. But for some of the residents in the Northwest, it's an hour and 45 minutes one way to a pool. So there's little access. So just some input on that would be helpful.
Councillor Rob here again. Really, the plan we have around our aquatic facilities is that we've stood up the ones that you're well aware of that are open. There's very minimal, few numbers that can really use the aquatic center at any given time. Again, because of the pandemic. So we wanted to be very cautious and not open up any other facilities, and then weaving in the cost recovery and the financial performance of those facilities. So we wanted to bring forward, as part of the budget exercise, additional information for council. So it's a balance of dealing with the pandemic piece, but then also dealing with the financial performance of those specific facilities.
And I appreciate that. I guess what I'm hearing is for some vulnerable families, access is limited. So when we're making those plans to think about how they're supposed to get to some of those large sites would be important. And the same as we open up some skating possibilities. In the Northwest, Castle Downs Rec Center had the outdoor skating area, which would give some access to physical activity, which families are feeling the very need to get their kids out and about. So is that one you're looking at?
My department and city operations are both engaged in all the outdoor areas, but it certainly is planned to go ahead. And the thinking is the early days, but bringing in additional places to change outside, so more benches and more picnic tables for people to just sit on, and so they can be distanced, but have a place to put their skates on.
Okay, and that is an outdoor skating area as well. So it's just that my worry is that we need some access to people from all areas to get some opportunities for that physical activity, which helps mental well-being as well.
Absolutely.
My other question is, really, as we're going forward, we're seeing, or in my area, I'm seeing a lot more tents showing up. As part of the encampment strategy, are we going to encourage folks that are finding other places out and about the city to go into the convention center as well?
Absolutely, Councillor. The convention center is not being stood up just for the camp in the River Valley. It's going to be a facility for all people who are sleeping rough. So our peace officers and the community agencies are communicating that to people who they work with on a daily basis. And keep in mind as well, the convention center will just be a very important addition to the system to carry us through the winter. Community agencies, Hope and Mustard Seed and others do provide some really appropriate overnight accommodation for those same people. So once we've activated the convention center, the capacity of the system should meet the needs of all people sleeping rough in our city. And the agencies will encourage all those individuals to relocate from outside to indoors.
Thank you. 97th Street, 137 Avenue is developing a little camp there in the trees. My final question, and I'm not sure who this goes to, but I've had a concern from someone who uses the DAT service because they're on the bus for up to 90 minutes. They're a little worried that there's too many on the mini buses. Do we have a limitation in the numbers that sit on those buses?
I could probably answer that question. It's Eddie Robar. The DAT service right now is limited in the amount of people that we're taking on each trip. We were limited to one. We've since increased to 2 people per trip. So we're definitely limiting those services. So it should help reduce the amount of time that somebody's on a vehicle.
Thank you. I just think we need to communicate that. People are nervous. Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Katarina is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks you guys for the report. So, first of all, Ms. McCabe, can you be specific in what structures you're providing the large camp? As your memo stated that you would be providing some sort of structure, given that the structure that was erected was not in compliance with bylaw, with building permits, with anything else. And what are you actually supplying that camp?
Katarina, we're working with the organizers of the camp right now to make sure that we have an understanding of what the requirements are for food storage and food service, and to make sure that we've got a suitable temporary structure that absolutely meets building code. So be able to provide more updates on that next week as we work through those details right now.
Okay, and Ms. Andrzejczyk, last time you spoke about this on the temporary building, or not building, but structure that they had put up, you cautioned us about the liability that the city faces in not abiding by our bylaws. And I got the impression from the last time we talked about this that enforcement was going to be the next step. Not additional structures without any kind of permitting. So what can you say about that now? If we're providing the structures, we assume the liability.
So, Councillor,
last time.
Yeah, we tend to have these conversations in private, but I can say that the discussions, there is a step-by-step process that we've been taking. That starts with education and going through our normal processes like we would with any other situation in the city. And I believe what Ms. McCabe was just mentioning is we've gone through the steps that we typically would, and we now are at the point where we are advising the organizers of alternatives that would result in a safer situation. And then from there, we will make decisions if further action needs to be taken for enforcement.
Okay, that's different from my take from last time. So, Mr. Smythe, all the conversations and supposed agreements with the organizers, have any come to fruition, truth? Have they held up their end at all? Because it doesn't seem to me that they've held up their end of any kind of agreement whatsoever till this point, yet we're continually providing them with more and more resources that will make it extremely difficult the longer we have that camp remain there. So,
No, certainly that
accurate.
It's somewhat accurate, yes. We met with them on Tuesday night, and Ms. Ford gave a very strong overview of how the convention center is going to be activated. And the input we got from the people we met with, the key organizers, were very supportive in joining us to activate that facility. So,
okay.
And that was we're meeting with them again on Monday evening to figure out exactly how that can happen. So, I mean, again, no concrete signs, but certainly all indications are that they do want to very much work with us and see how that will actually become real. But I should point out, they are providing a whole range of community services within their camp, from physicians to pharmacy and a whole range of other services within the borders of their camp. So they're very strongly programmed the space that they do have.
Well, that terrific on their part, but again, it's on city land with extreme liabilities, and they have not followed through, as far as I can tell, on any of their commitments to you and to the city. And the last I heard a number of days ago is that they are moving. So you're telling me now that they've agreed that they're going to help with the transition? A couple of days ago, they said they're absolutely not moving. So which statement is correct?
So, Councillor Katarina, it's Adam here. Complex negotiations, discussions. Our goal is to get them moved by standing up this temporary pandemic accommodation. We're in a better position to do that, and we're planning an update to council on Wednesday on the basis of the meeting that happens on Monday, which could include discussion on potential enforcement measures.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Zadek is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, a few questions around the convention center. Will residents that would likely utilize the service, would they be first encouraged to go to shelters? Existing shelters?
The current occupants of Camp Peckawaven?
No, just anyone that's coming to the doors of the convention center if it gets converted. Would we see them to the shelters first until they're at capacity and then only operate as an overflow?
I think part of the reason for standing up this temporary accommodation, pandemic accommodation, is to recognize that there are capacity constraints at existing shelters, and there are some individuals that don't feel comfortable at some of the other shelters. So this would be part of the accommodation cohort of facilities. So it's not a fill one and then overflow.
Okay, well, I understand if people don't feel comfortable at the other ones, they shouldn't have to go there. They shouldn't have to go anywhere. But if we're operating this convention center as a temporary shelter accommodation, I do think it would look odd if there was a lot of space in our existing shelters, and we were just encouraging people to come to the city-run one versus the social services currently offering the same service.
So we're working with almost all of the agencies that currently support those type of facilities, Councillor Zadek. So our hope is that we can have an integrated approach with all the providers.
That sounds good. At the convention center, per our temporary mask bylaw, will people be required to wear masks at all times while they're inside?
That's the intention. And so part of service will include ensuring that that's followed where they can't physically distance, et cetera.
Yeah, I get that will be hard, but also, I understand there's a cenotaph right near the convention center, which is currently impacted by construction, but as a matter just for standing up the temporary accommodation, I just would want to flag that on Remembrance Day, there might be a desire to access that. I think my office has reached out in some manner to flag that, but I just thought I would mention that right now.
Thanks for flagging.
Okay, and for talking about the possibility of a second wave, previously we shut down a lot of stuff right all at once, and we recognized even during this meeting that maybe some was in haste and some was perhaps it was in the desire of public safety, but we might take a different approach. So if that's true, what steps are we taking now to consider the possibility of a different approach if there is a second wave, such as potentially isolating seniors and vulnerable people more susceptible to COVID-19? Is there any thoughts, for example, around having increased measures around seniors and senior centers and perhaps not being as strict to the general population?
So just to be clear, Councillor Zadek, the directions around restrictions are actually provided by the province. Our role is to support the province in those restrictions and to, within our complement of operations, programs, facilities, make decisions to that reflect the pandemic nature. So if Dr. Sikora is available, he may be able to answer that question.
It's a good question. During the phase one of our experience with COVID-19 in the province of Alberta, we did take the direction of Alberta Health and our partners there and had fairly restrictive activities. Since then, I think there's been a great deal of work being undertaken within our seniors facilities and those environments that do house our most vulnerable in society. And those measures have been actually quite successful in helping reduce spread and entry of COVID-19 into those areas themselves. As we have gradually reopened, we saw a dip in somewhat of a lull in terms of the number of cases that we had in and around the Edmonton and certainly Alberta environment. And as case counts have risen down to about 120 per 100,000 in the Edmonton area, we're taking the direction of our partners at Alberta Health in having more, I guess, surgical restrictions in place. So this first being the voluntary measures around group sizes, number of cohorts, and then masking within the indoor workplace environments. And I think that's a good first step, and certainly being able to take the time now and have the evaluative approach around monitoring what our case counts are and monitoring the effect of our really sequential and stepwise interventions is where we should be at this point in time. But we will, of course, be monitoring with our partners at Alberta Health, and we'll take the direction necessary to help, of course, protect all of our population.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I have two questions. First of all, early in the presentation today, Mr. Laughlin, you mentioned sort of an update on the employee work from home strategy. And to reiterate, the plan is to keep everyone working from home for now. Is that correct?
More or less. We've got roughly 30% that are working from home, and our request is, well, not request, our desire is that continues, and that we wouldn't consider the reintegration plans that we had developed until we're designated as open for at least 2 consecutive weeks.
All right. And how are you, maybe you could speak to, you or Ms. Armstrong could speak to how you are keeping up the level of communication on this with employees, and how you're getting the message maybe to employees' families, because I think there's, I've heard from some employees' families who are concerned that their spouse still has to go into work. So I was wondering what your communication strategy is for that.
So from my office, from me, 3 days a week, we provide an update on how things are progressing in the current environment and provide updates. We supplement that with various live stream events and opportunities, and also inquiries that come into my office, and received a similar one to the one that you identified, is to reach out and engage and make sure that folks understand. Well, first off, understand that we understand the situation, and then work with our area-specific supervisors, directors, and branch managers to ensure that we're doing our best to ensure that we're giving our folks the opportunity to, if they can work from home, to work from home. Unfortunately, not everyone can work from home and still provide the services that we provide.
Yeah, and I think we get that. It's just the communication, how that's being communicated, and helping families of employees feel safe. The second question I had, which, well, we have Dr. Sikora on the phone. A few weeks ago, I had asked about the city's no cash policy at recreation facilities. And I was wondering, at that time, I think we discussed, I'd asked Dr. Sikora if the AHS had a position on COVID transmission through cash, and expressed my concern about sort of an exclusionary financial policy. So I was wondering if we had an update from Mr. Sikora on that, and then to you, Mr. Laughlin, has the city reviewed this practice of not accepting cash at citizen-facing services?
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton, I remember that was a good question. That one caught me off guard. Did have a close look at it, and cash is to be considered. It is to be continued to be accepted, and that's certainly supported from the Bank of Canada and our partners in the federal institutions overall. It does have a lower risk of transmission, but then again, being able to balance that with the cashless or the tap transmission as being a mechanism that may be preferred just because you aren't handling objects. Cash does have to continue to be acceptable as a mechanism of payment.
That's good to hear. Mr. Laughlin, do you have any thoughts to share on that?
Yeah, so we strongly encourage other forms of payment, but we still do accept cash. And it may have just been a messaging issue that we had at one of our facilities.
Okay, so residents, people going to eco stations or rec centers can still continue to use cash. Is it at the employee's discretion, or is it understood that across the city that the corporation that cash can be accepted?
It's understood across the corporation that cash can be accepted, And again, I think it may have just been a kind of a communication issue, but we do encourage other forms of payments to reduce the risk, but we still accept cash.
All right, thank you for that. That's my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the information. I wanted to, Mr. Laughlin, you had said two statistics or two measures are being used to help determine some of Alberta Health's actions, and one of them was 50% of ICU beds being used, and I heard the other one, but I didn't get to write it down in time. Can you share that one? I think it was 5% case growth over 2 weeks, or what was it?
Just bear with me, Councillor Knack.
Sure.
An increase of 5% or more in cumulative hospitalizations over a 14-day period.
5% or more in cumulative hospital. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's what I need to know. So just walk me through this a little bit. So again, these are two, the only two are sort of the two primary measures that are being used, and I guess maybe that's more for Dr. Sikora than it is our city administration. But are those the two that you'd be sort of watching most closely right now in terms of taking additional action?
These, along with the case numbers within the city of Edmonton or in particular geographic areas, are some of the primary data points and elements that our partners at Alberta Health do watch with us. And certainly there's many others that would be appropriate as well.
So is there a measure, I mean, because I think part of the challenge, and we often talk about this second wave, but we almost didn't really have so much of a first wave in Edmonton early on, and this has really become our first real burst, if you will, of cases. So is there a measure, is there a number of cases that you're looking for? You've got these different indicators in terms of whether we're on our watch or enhanced. So what's sort of the next trigger point on the case side that you would see wanting to take some additional action? That's not voluntary, sorry, I guess, to be clear.
It's a good question, Councillor Knack. Ultimately, it is very difficult to put a specific number, a rate on where particular actions would be undertaken. It has to be taken into the context of how we are doing as a society overall. And one of those measures, as indicated, is how is our hospital infrastructure managing around the increased numbers of COVID cases overall? How is our intensive care infrastructure holding up? How is our ward infrastructure holding up? And along with that, how is our primary care and community organizations holding up?
That's fair. Okay. And this question is likely still far too early, but I am curious if there has been any data at this point related to, and I use the term loosely because this hasn't been a long-term situation yet, but do we know of anything where somebody may have contracted COVID and had, recovered early on in this? And have we started to see, are there any concerns of people having longer-term impacts because of this? And again, I'm guessing the data isn't really out there just yet, but I'm wondering if you've come across anything at this stage.
Now, there's always possibility of longer-term impacts post-COVID, and certainly the disruption to your own personal life, whether it be job, education, household, is something that can have long-term consequences, whether it be loss of job, loss of opportunities for employment or education, are some of those. Now, in terms of direct health-related impacts, yes, there is a growing body of evidence that people who have this respiratory infection may have prolonged respiratory compromise or difficulty with their lungs well into the future. And certainly that will evolve, or the information and evidence on this will evolve over time as we all get, sadly, more experience with COVID-19 within our population.
Well, thank you. And you know, I don't say that to be fearful or anything. I just want to make sure I understand sort of the scope and the scale of what's before us on this, because we still get a lot of correspondence from those who either think it's completely overblown and maybe from those who are particularly concerned and worried that there isn't enough action happening or precaution being put into place. And so that's what I'm just trying to understand that. But I think I'm going to be out of time, so I'll leave it for there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentations. Most of my questions have been asked. But Dr. Sikora, is there, like just looking from now until Halloween, because I'm getting a lot of emails on this, do we see the health situation changing in the next couple of weeks? Because people sure would like to have their kids out trick-or-treating.
Alberta Health and our partners at Alberta Health have released some information related to how does safe trick-or-treating and how does safe Halloween occur. Very much in a similar vein, our partners at the Public Health Agency of Canada have also started to release some of that information related to that. Now, messaging is of course directed at several key groups, one being homeowners and residents who wish to participate or who may make a decision in participating in trick-or-treating activities as a homeowner, and how that gets done safely. But the second batch of messaging is also directed towards parents and kids who may decide to go out. So it is challenging to have that dual conversation, but equally important to be able to ensure that both are making decisions that respect one another.
Right, and so following, the recommendations, the voluntary recommendations from the province, people should be fairly safe, but we also don't, the other part of the question was, based on current trends, we don't anticipate any major changes in the province's approach to, this sort of activity in the coming weeks.
I don't expect there to be change in that. I think the recommendations around don't go out if you're feeling sick. Consider wearing a non-medical mask underneath your costume or as part of your costume. Avoid touching the objects that may transmit illness overall. Try to minimize your contact with trick-or-treaters and people who are outside your cohort. And then washing your hands and then disinfecting packages before eating the candy and the treats are all very much appropriate, and I don't suspect things would change between now and Halloween. But we do, of course, take our direction from our partners at Alberta Health.
Right, okay. Well, appreciate that. And just a question for administration, and thank you again, Dr. Sikora. Administration, just really quickly on that same line, I'm just wondering about comms for families as the holiday approaches. Is this on our radar? Because I'm pretty sure citizens would probably like to have that kind of direction.
Councillor Paquette, I can answer that question. It's Mary Sturgeon here for Katrin. We do have a Halloween-specific comms plan in place. Our plan is to watch in the next week and a half and roll that out at around the 26th or so, pending no further changes. And we are in close contact with Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services to ensure that we're aligned.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question for administration. I've been getting a lot of correspondence about washroom availability at rec centers for people changing as the weather changes and gets colder. People are a little bit worried about heading out without having a chance to shower and dry. But this is just, I'm just wondering, have we done everything we could, or is this basically just sort of where it's at this point?
You're right, Councillor. This is where it's at this point. We're well aware of the protocols. People are going into the swimming pools, can use the locker rooms. People are going to work out, do not, or not allowed to. So they have to come in their workout clothes basically and leave in their workout clothes. But we are working on opening up some locker rooms for that eventuality. There's certainly a challenge about, winter coats and boots and so on. So we're getting a protocol in place so that people aren't carrying all their gear with them in the fitness areas. So yeah, we're working on that as we speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol on the second round.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And certainly I would agree with Councillor Walters that no one wants to play politics with this file, given how long it's been sitting on all of our desks. But that we should do things right the first time. Creating a lodging house.
Councillor Nicol, I'm afraid the connection is poor and we're not able to hear your question. Can you adjust your posture?
Okay, I have to turn down my phone here a bit then.
That's
Is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. So, like I was saying before, I hope you heard this part. No one wants to play politics with this, but it's important that we do this right the first time because mistakes are costly and we're out of time and we're out of money, to be quite frank. So back to my question to you, Ms. Andrechuk. Are we creating a lodging house in the convention center? Is that the plan?
So for the first short while, we will have a development permit application for a lodging house, and based on the definition, it would apply for the short period of time. That would allow the city then to proceed with its normal zoning processes and allow council to weigh in on that topic.
Okay, so from your opinion, I have the definition of lodging house in front of me, and it says this is for congregate living, contains sleeping units and 4 or more persons where there is no provision of on-site care, treatment, or professional services of a mental, physical health nature. The use does not include extended medical treatment services, detention or correction facilities, fraternity and sorority houses, group homes, and limited homes. So, again, Ms. Andrechuk, what does that fall under?
So for the first 4 days, we will ensure that we are aligning to the definition until we can get through the next process. We will also look at ensuring we have waivers in place during the typical appeal period that would proceed with the development permit.
So you think if we want to go deeper into this, Councillor, given that this is an application before the Development Authority, which is a delegated authority and is then subject to potential appeal through SDAB, which is also a delegated authority, I think to get legal advice further on the interpretation of this, we would need to go in private.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, we can discuss this, and I can even discuss this offline. This goes back to my previous question. If we are going to a public hearing, we could be setting ourselves for failure here without the proper process, and I don't want to do that. That's why I'm kind of raising this issue today.
Well, we discussed this extensively in private already, but we can go back in private to discuss it again if you would like.
No, it's fine, Mr. Mayor. I'm not getting the answers. I didn't get them in private, and I'm not getting them in public. So, regardless of that, Ms. Andrechuk and Mr. Aitken, who's assuming responsibility for safety of the shelter?
As we land on the operator of the shelter, which is currently under discussions, it would be the responsibility of that provider.
Are we, and I guess the other question, are we trying to set up any other shelters across the city?
The city of Edmonton?
Yeah.
No.
So we're not looking to set something up at Commonwealth?
Oh, apologies. The current Hope Mission site, and actually Rob may be able to weigh in on this. that is currently at Central Lions that we were supporting Hope Mission on is going to be moving, and we're looking at options to support Hope Mission. Rob, do you have any further details that you can share on that?
It's certainly not finalized yet, Councillor Nicol. Looking at potentially using the pods in the stadium, both the west side and the east side, as potential sites from now until March. But again, that's not finally confirmed yet.
So, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Laughlin, the reason I'm asking these questions about process, it stems from the Mustard Seeds attempt to try to set up a shelter in my ward, which is a good thing. We wanted to do that. But they wanted to do it at a warehouse that was not zoned for a shelter. So I'll ask Ms. McCabe, you know the Cisco warehouse we're talking about?
Councillor Nicol, I'm familiar with the situation you're talking about, and we're still working with the applicant on that development permit. The development permit has not been released yet to that applicant.
And when I spoke to Mr. Kruperwhite the other day, he indicated to me that he was very pleased with the work the city was doing to try to accommodate their permitting for that site, recognizing that there were some challenges to overcome.
So this is where I have a bit of a problem, and I think Councillor Katarina can also identify. This seems to be running through your office, Mr. Mayor, but they don't want to talk to the councillor or the ward. I have a bit of a problem with that. I also suggest that could be a code issue if you're not going to consult with your councillors with regard to activities in their ward.
Bring it. Next is Councillor Zadek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few more questions about the convention center, just as it occurred to me. I was asking about capacity issues in the existing shelters. So I understand the answer and I respect that, so no issue with that. But it occurs to me that the convention center, as an accommodation, open 24/7 and being quite large, could actually have the impact of emptying out the existing conventional shelters to the point of zero capacity. To the point where no one would choose to stay there. And again, I think people should go where they're wanting to go. But what's our thoughts around if our existing permanent shelters are no longer stood up? And this is what we're doing as a temporary thing, but it could have a permanent and long-term impact.
Councillor, that issue has been explored as we meet with the agencies, and one of the additional funding pieces that the government of Alberta has provided to the shelter providers is for them to also operate on a 24/7 basis. So the individuals will not be required to leave in the morning and then look for places to go. But certainly that's certainly on our radar screen. I think the individuals who are using some of those existing shelters that's their routine. But we understand that, and we're talking to the agencies about that exact issue.
Good. Yeah, thanks. I just thought I would flag that. That's sort of the inverse of my first question. Moving on to our confidence level, and this might be for Dr. Sikora, but of how COVID-19 is spreading. We're talking, discouraging large gatherings at Thanksgiving, but saying restaurants are okay. I get that you did have a nuanced response to restaurants. Outdoor activities are okay. Indoor stuff is bad. Is this all based on contact tracing? And if so, my understanding is that contact tracing is not very conclusive right now. So I'm just wondering what conclusions we're drawing based on contact tracing. Any thoughts about how to encourage more contact tracing, and any other variables that we're considering for criteria for when we're making claims about where this disease is spreading? Because I think we're all, before we thought it was on surfaces much more than I think it is now, but I'm not even sure. So I just wanted to have more confidence that we know how this disease is spreading. So, Doctor, if you may.
Certainly, and it's a good question. So contact and droplet is the primary means by which this virus is spread. So droplets being those large droplets that are expelled when we talk, when we cough, when we sneeze, or otherwise doing our usual activities. Hence, the masking is a good way and a good mechanism to help stop spread of that, both from a spreader perspective, but also from a recipient perspective. And because we have ventilation, well, natural ventilation is in our outdoor environment does help dissipate those droplets relatively quickly. Whereas in an indoor environment, that automatically becomes a relatively higher risk. And certainly, when we have entities across North America have done that modeling, we see spreading in indoor environments much more than outdoor environments. We see spreading in environments and places where people are spreading large droplets, things like singing events, and places where, again, people might be congregated into more close-packed quarters, like sometimes fitness facilities and some classrooms, for instance. Now, the environmental cleaning aspect is perhaps something that is often overlooked, but still extraordinarily important. Since the start of our experience with this, one of the things that we've been consistent about saying is that don't touch your face, your mouth, your nose, your eyes, because that is another mechanism of spread. So spreading from contaminated surfaces onto your hands and then into your nose, into your eyes is very common as well. And just that, because none of us ever remember touching our nose or face, it's a difficult thing to enumerate, but still a very important aspect, hence the hand hygiene at the entrance to every store and many of our public places to help ensure that we do have clean hands, and that constant reminder is something very important. Certainly when our health inspectors go out and do support inspections within many of our business environments, one of the major things that we look at is, do you have a good cleaning schedule? Are you using appropriate product? Are you cleaning those high-touch surfaces to ensure that this virus does not actually contaminate the environments in which we frequent?
Okay, I'm out of time. I did have some follow-ups and other questions on that topic, but Mr. Mayor, I'll come back on if that's okay.
Of course. Councillor Caterina?
Mr. Mayor, just sorry to interrupt, Councillor Caterina. I was on there and then I disappeared.
Oh.
You're on just behind me.
Yeah, you're on there too. I have Councillor Caterina, Councillor McKean, myself, Councillor Knack, and then one more that I can't see on the screen there. So, Councillor, so you're up next after Councillor Caterina. Go ahead,
If you'd
Tony.
like to go now, I'll go after him.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. So, Mr. Smythe, capacity for the convention center is going to be what if we have good uptake? What's the actual physical?
Will be 300 overnight, and perhaps another 150 during the day.
Okay. Does that seem adequate for the number of people sleeping rough, per se? And this is in reference to, I believe your park rangers have been out this year, and they've attended over 3,000 calls, and that's from your office. And what is the plan to not only for the large camp that we're dealing with here, but the 3,000 across the city? How are we going to get them to the convention center? And if 300 is the capacity, there's no room for all of them.
Councillor, there is we believe there's approximately 600 people sleeping rough in various parks and outdoor spaces in our city. So basically, half of those individuals could be accommodated at the convention center, and there is capacity in the other shelters that would accommodate the balance. And we're working with Homer Trust on bridge housing as well. So activating those will help a lot. There's work in progress to lease potentially some hotels over the short term.
Yeah.
So that would be another venue.
Yeah, no, okay. So there's a number of different avenues for these people to go. What I wanted to was actually thank you as well too, and the park rangers for their diligence in enforcing cleanup and dismantling a number of camps that, as you know, I've been dealing with for the last 13 years, and that's Kinnaird and Dawson Park. It's a never-ending circumstance. So in saying thank you to that you have been providing some enforcement, obviously overwhelmed with the number of them. Why isn't the same approach being taken to these two camps that we're always talking about? The
Councillor,
large one and the one on the south side. Where's the enforcement there? Why the difference, and what's the distinction? Why enforce one encampment and not enforce another?
I'll let my colleagues weigh in as well, but I'll start off. Councillor, these started as protest camps, and they were basically getting a conversation going with them was very, very challenging, and that took a lot of time. And then as that time passed by, more and more people came. So they're like nothing we've experienced before, just in terms of scope and scale and magnitude. And then we spent a lot of time discussing and debating the demands, everything from encampments.
And that's sort of the sore point for me, is that we continue to discuss, yet we haven't seen any results from their side of things. And Mr. Smythe, is there any work being done by us right now? A working poor family that can only afford one meal a day, are they getting any help from us? And they're out there working, they're paying their bills, they're doing their best, seem to be getting no attention, yet all the attention is focused on this one encampment because of protesters that don't comply with what they've agreed to.
Certainly, Council, that's sort of been front of mind for our efforts of late.
Front of mind is one thing. Are we actually doing anything for people that are trying their hardest? Are we concentrating everything on these protesters that have set up these camps and using people in dire straits as shields for their concerns?
Councillor, I would say that at the very beginning of the pandemic, ahead even of our own needs for the safe restart dollars for our own operating budget challenges, the city and municipalities across the country were advocating to senior orders of government for a variety of income support measures and measures around stopping evictions and other things to support families in those circumstances. So I would say from an advocacy point of view since the very beginning, and with concern for what will happen when those measures run out to support the families whose circumstance you're describing, we've certainly called forth in unison with others action to support those folks too.
And I don't dispute that, but it seems that at this point in time we are focused on one particular camp with a group of protesters that set this up, and what their rationale, I don't know what their rationale is, but it doesn't seem to me that they're that concerned about people in dire straits living rough, more so than they are in their own personal demands or views on everything from police defunding to whatever. So I would have hoped that last time around when we said enforcement was going to be the thing to do. And again, I thank you for the enforcement in some of the camps, but question why we're not enforcing all the camps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Councillor McKean, the list is jumping around a bit, but I remember you were next.
Thank you. Having visited that camp twice and listened to the stories of the homeless people down there, I can tell you there's desperation and tragedy, and they're volunteers. Yes, there might be activists, or you might call them protests, but there's also volunteers who coalesced around this group of people as this issue raised in the public consciousness and around Black Lives Matter and defund the police. There's no question. It all came together to create this camp. But at the end of the day, what we heard when we were down there is that these people had finally created a sense of community for themselves, and maybe a sense of authority finally for themselves. So it's not simple, Mr. Smythe. I get that. And if we were to go down there with an aggressive stance and try to move them out of there, where would they go right now? Is there capacity right now, or are we waiting in some ways till the end of the month when we can start moving people into the convention center?
Councillor, yes, we are, the plan is to engage, that we are engaging the leaders to work with us to activate the convention center.
Right.
We believe that's the best way to go. Doing a forced removal and forcing them to disperse into other parts of the river valley or into some of the other shelters would I think would backfire.
May not make us look too compassionate as well to do that. And I wondered, Mr. Smythe, are you also inviting those volunteers to continue to be engaged? Because they do seem to have created a sense of community amongst some very wounded people.
Oh, we are, Councillor, absolutely. And they're seemingly initially quite interested.
So Commonwealth Stadium, which I'm not going to complain that I haven't heard about. I'm sure you would have come to me once it was a little closer to being finalized. But if Hope does run some further shelter in Commonwealth Stadium, would it be 24/7? I just want to confirm that.
Councillor, my understanding, and this is not black and white yet, is that it would be operated much like they're operating Central Lions, which is just an overnight shelter.
Because one of the problems traditionally with our shelter system, and one of the reasons that the shelters have run at like 70% while people are sleeping rough in the city, is that it's not an all day, all night shelter. It's not 24/7. And they get evicted early morning to wander around Chinatown and Little Italy and downtown in the ward I represent. So it would seem to me that, can we not push for community standards that have been lacking in this province in the past during a pandemic? Can we not push for 24/7 shelter if they're using one of our facilities?
We certainly have that exact conversation with our peers over in the GOA, and they're well aware of that. And as I said, they have provided some funding to allow them to stay open 24/7. Sometimes individuals won't be allowed to stay the whole day, but they're certainly getting support, financial support, to be able to do that. So we certainly have those conversations, and that's really just one barrier, if you will, in terms of individuals willingly going to those shelters. There's other ones that are on that radar screen as well, and those are being talked about very strongly with the operator.
Things like storage, things like couples being able to stay together, pets, all those sorts of things that we forget, that these people are people and actually have aspirations or needs that we have to recognize. Well, Mr. Smythe, if I can be any help in that, with Commonwealth Stadium and Convention Center, which are both in the ward I represent, please contact my office and I'll do what I can to help.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. First to Dr. Sikora, the advice for the voluntary measures applies across the Edmonton zone, and I gather that aligns with roughly with the boundaries of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region's membership as well. So the same voluntary, all of the existing orders plus the voluntary measures, those are encouraged for not just us, but for Morinville, Leduc County, Strathcona County, et cetera, the same folks you'd see around the regional board table?
Yeah, that is correct. So Beaumont, Devon, Evansburg, and Fort Saskatchewan, including roughly our census metropolitan area.
Great, and I've hoped that we could take coordinated measures, given that one of the things we study at the board is the commuting patterns in this region, which truly are borderless, and so folks live, work, shop, and play often in 2 or 3 or 4 different jurisdictions over the course of a day, and a dozen over the course of a week or a month. And so given that, as things progress, if there is a need for additional measures to become mandated rather than voluntary, is it fair to assume that those would also come at the regional level and not to individual municipalities? Or is it, or on the flip side, depending on what happens, is there a scenario, and we're seeing some of this out east from talking to the other mayors, where specific zones or districts receive additional measures because of outbreaks that are more geographically limited? Or is it likely to be a blend of the two, or is it too soon to say?
I believe it would be too soon to say at this point. I think it would follow what the evidence and follow what the numbers actually show to indicate where those areas of transmission, those areas of risk are.
But you take my point that citizens of the region operate borderlessly between points of employment, points of recreation, though obviously there's going to be less of that on a voluntary basis and potentially less of that on a mandatory basis, but nonetheless that people do travel a fair bit around the region. Does AHS look at that travel data in thinking about the modeling and the need for where to put restrictions in place, either voluntary or mandatory?
I know that was considered when Alberta Health was making those recommendations around the voluntary restrictions, and so I do know that was part of the discussion and the thought around really making this an Edmonton zone or an Edmonton and surrounding area implementation. Okay, I'm really glad to hear that, and we've asked the CAOs, the mayors have asked the CAOs, and committed to have a discussion among the mayors too about how we can align with and support what you're doing with your colleagues to get maximum success in it in as consistent a way as possible across the region, and also communicate with our public and across the region in a consistent way. So really, really grateful for that. I guess the other question for you, Dr. Sikora, is I think the advice and the messaging is to the public is very much focused on what individuals can do. And the City of Edmonton being a large employer, you've heard through today, is obviously taking some measures on the side of caution with respect to safety of our employees and patrons at our facilities. But what advice do you have for employers that we might be able to pass along to our agencies, boards and authorities and other partners in the private sector through our linkages with the business districts and business associations? It's a great question. I think the consistent messaging around how to keep our employees safe, as well as our customers and our patrons safe, is the big thing with this. So those measures around the guidance documents that are posted on BizConnect on how to provide and support a safe workplace and a healthy workplace for customers and workers is one of the big things that we do have to really promote. Being able to work from home, I think, is a perfectly valid option, and certainly our city is I suspect, a leader in that, in helping support its employees to be able to do remote work. And certainly I know many businesses and corporations have also employed that as well. And taken into the context of many individuals having families who might have kids going to school, like my own, being able to do at least some days remotely from home is somewhat welcome to be able to support family and have some of that balance as well. So I really do applaud our city in helping be a leader in that for its employees. Well, being the only one on my side of the table physically here, everyone else is taking up that offer. So thank you so much, Dr. Sikora, for being a part of these calls and for working so closely and regularly with our officials here and in the region. Really appreciate it. Councillor Knack, I think, is still on the first round.
All right, well, I think second round.
Or pardon me, second round. Yeah, second round. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks for that series of questions. That was a little bit of where I was headed. Dr. Sikora, I wanted to double check. So did you have access, or have you seen our presentations or the progression plan that our city administration has created? And they showed it again in today's presentation.
I didn't have a chance to review what was presented today. I'm on the phone today.
Fair enough. And I guess my question is, and I might be wrong, I can't recall seeing if Alberta Health has created a similar sort of progression plan to help inform the actions that may or may not be taken pending the changes in the measures that you've identified a bit earlier. So we have a pretty clear list of what steps we would take and when. Do we have that as a publicly available data from Alberta Health? Have they created something like that? And is there a spot I can track that down if it is there?
If it is there, it would be on the alberta.ca website. There is an overall relaunch strategy that's there, so conditions for relaunch. I know when we went from a phase 1 to phase 2, we did have that discussion of what does the phase 3 actually look like. And given our rapid increase in case numbers, I suspect we'll be in a stage 2 for some time yet.
Well, and so I'm actually almost asking it in the reverse, which is that so we know you've identified some measures that would be potentially used to help inform potentially shifting from the suggestions or recommendations that were made last week into mandatory changes. So we know what those might look like pending the next 7 to 10 days, I imagine, of results. But I'm curious what would happen, like we have right now within the city. What would have to happen and what those steps would look like in terms of putting in additional restrictions beyond the current recommended ones that could turn into that? Is there something like that you're aware of?
I don't think there's anything prescriptive at this point in time, and certainly it's a question better suited for all our Alberta Health counterparts overall. I suspect that you're in the back of your mind, you're observing what similarly sized cities in Ontario and Quebec have done around restrictions around other workplaces. I believe that was largely born out of what they were observing in terms of transmission areas and events, and they too are taking a very much a stepwise approach in terms of restrictions.
Fair enough. So maybe I'll turn this question over to Mr. Aiken, which is that, do we have any, so we have our own progression plan, which you've created, and it's, I think, very helpful to see what steps we would take when and what indicators support progression. Have you seen something like that from Alberta Health that's publicly available?
Councillor Knack, I haven't, but what I can say is that we were lucky enough to have Dr. Henshaw attend one of our meetings with Alberta Health Services and the pandemic team, and we did share this progression model, and she did echo the comment that she had heard from other municipalities about the need to sort of have a structure as we move forward. She actually advocated for the city to share our model with Calgary, and which we did so, and Calgary developed a model very similar to our progression model that allows us some structure and idea of the different steps that we can go through. So, and there was a takeaway by her team to look at that model. So I haven't seen them land on anything, but I do know that they were supportive of us having this in place. Calgary was very supportive of us sharing it with them, and they created something very similar. And we continue to use this as a guideline, just based on the information, epidemiology, and all those other factors Dr. Sikora talked about in justifying and supporting some of our actions.
Absolutely. And again, I think this is excellent. I really applaud the work that went into it. I guess the challenge, and we ran into this with the face coverings conversation, is that since we aren't the medical experts, although you have access to the medical experts to help review a lot of this, I'm wondering if there is value in continuing to ask about that. Because, you know, we're talking about what actions we can take and what communications we need to present to, but I think there's a greater level of confidence when it comes from those with that medical expertise and background to say, here's what we've been doing, here's a similar plan that we've created, and here's some of the measures that we're using to inform that. So I'm just wondering if it's something we can continue to press on, not because I don't think your work is excellent, but because I think there's value in having that medical expertise too.
Councillor Knack, I couldn't agree more, and Dr. Sikora would attest to my regular long list of questions, ideas, thoughts, considerations, some of which they don't accept, some of which they support, and so we have that on 3 times a week conversations. And so again, we try to push out our agenda to get as much advice, support, knowledge, information to inform our decisions moving forward, and we will continue to do that.
That's excellent. Thank you. I'm out of time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol on the third round.
So, Ms. McKay, back to the Cisco warehouse. So it's my understanding that they've asked for a special events permit. Is that correct?
Councillor Nicol, we're working with the applicant right now on what the best way forward is for that development permit. That is potentially one of the options.
What permit did they ask for, Ms. McCabe?
I don't recall which permit they've asked for, but special events is one of the options that we are exploring with the applicant, Councillor Nicol.
Did you make any recommendations, Ms. McCabe?
I'm sure my team often makes recommendations to an applicant, but the development officer has not issued that permit yet.
So my understanding from the people on site is that a special events permit was applied for. I could be incorrect about that, but clearly this is not a special event, is it?
Well, I think we've got 600 people sleeping in the rough and a pandemic that we're all working under, and that could be the definition of a special event. It is one of the use classes that it could apply. So we're working through that right now with the development officer, and as required, we'll bring the information to council.
Well, Ms. Andrechuk, do you think homelessness is a special event?
Councillor Nicol, I don't actually have the definition in front of me at the moment. I'd have to look it up, so if you give me a moment. And we may again want to go in private if you're going to be asking for a legal opinion on these definitions.
Well, I find why I need a private legal opinion to decide whether homelessness is a special event or not, but I'll leave that sit for now. So, Ms. McCabe, why do we not put shelters as a permitted use in warehouse districts?
Usually zoning is in place to segregate uses between different use classes. So typically in industrial uses, you wouldn't want to have a long-term residential use within an industrial use.
So, to be blunt, a shelter does not necessarily belong in an industrial zone for a whole host of reasons.
For long-term use, I think anything that we would be suggesting if that application was to be granted, then it needs to be with a short-term use in mind.
So, are you saying, Ms. McCabe, that the city should be looking at putting shelters in industrial zones?
No, I don't think she was saying that, Councillor Nicol. I think this is a complex situation that we're trying to navigate through. We've got a submission, our folks are evaluating it, and we're trying to see if there's a solution, Councillor Nicol. We get your concerns, we understand and appreciate, and as this progresses, we'll do our best to find the right solution, Councillor Nicol.
And Mr. Laughlin, I'll just speak to this, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to get you out of trouble. I'm not trying to get you into trouble. We need to be clear, exactly where it can go, when it can go, how it can go. These mechanics are really, really important, so we don't waste any more time or effort. And this is what I'm concerned about. Like I've heard Councilman Keane loud and clear, this is a crisis. And so we have to focus on the mechanics. And I'm being hard today because I'm concerned about the mechanics of getting it done. And I agree with Councillor Walters too, that this should not be political. This is just about will and the mechanics of getting it done. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize today, is we got to focus on our mechanics. Thank you.
Understood, Councillor Nicol. Thank you.
Councillor Zadek.
Thank you. I'm surprised I'm on a third round, but just a few questions. And I'm going to switch gears for a second. This came up at Community and Public Services Committee yesterday and wasn't 100% relevant to the topic at hand of winterizing LRT stations that we discussed yesterday. But now for this committee, I would like to ask what are our thoughts about heating LRT stations, noting that a lot of the outdoor heating elements are few and far between. And quite frankly, when COVID hit, it was in late March, and the outdoor heating season for LRT wasn't really a factor. Soon, it's going to be quite cold, and we're going to have Edmontonians presumably huddling near limited outdoor heating or in the doorways of some of the glassed area by the LRT platforms. So I don't see how we're going to maintain the physical distancing. Thoughts around that?
Councillor Rob here again. Our approach at this point in time is that using LRT stations, even if it's temporary, as warming places or places to congregate.
Mr. Smythe, I'll just cut you off there, not to be rude, but I think you misinterpreted the question. So I'll just, so that before you go down that path, I'm talking about people that using the LRT to commute to work, school, wherever they're going. Okay. There's heating on the platforms.
Maybe city ops can weigh in.
Yeah, Councillor Zadek, there is also, again, following the mask bylaw as a method where you can't physically distance a mask. That helps with that, but Mr. Robar can add to that.
Yeah, I think we do provide heating on the platforms, and I understand the councillor is just kind of saying in this post-COVID world, you know, people congregating around a heater on the outside is a bit of a challenge. And I think we're looking, obviously with most of our stations, we do have internal heating areas, and we do have the infrared systems outside on the platforms. Right now, our ridership is down about 50%, so that helps us with, as much as it's a problem for transit on the revenue side, it helps us with that social distancing and keeping distance in that regard. Certainly looking into retrofitting facilities for the winter season. We're right on it right now, and establishing more or trying to retrofit facilities during the winter months would be extremely difficult for us.
Yeah, so I'm in a way just flagging it because I see it being a concern. Belvedere LRT station is one I'm most familiar with, and I know people are almost putting their face to the glass from inside, watching for the train to come. And I think it would be hard to enforce physical distancing there, but I think we need to give some thought to that.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Councillor Zadek. Mr. Aiken and I were just talking about that, and you know, it's a challenge to try and figure that out. I think we defer to the face covering bylaw, but I think it's one that we can continue to look at and think about in terms of, are there any measures that we can put in place to help encourage physical distancing? So appreciate you raising that.
Yeah, for sure. Just because we didn't have to deal with that in late March of earlier this year. Okay, thank you. I'll just end with, back to Dr. Sikora, just some questions around the contact tracing. So just what level of compliance are we finding in the Edmonton region from confirmed cases of COVID? Presumably there's sort of a, for lack of a better term, an exit interview with them. And I know there's some apps, and I'm not too sure how much they're being adhered to, one from the Government of Canada. I'm not sure what's in place in Edmonton. Also, what's the degree of accuracy with contact tracing, given that people could be asymptomatic with the disease for several days and being in many different places? And is there any other ways of telling how the disease is spreading other than contact tracing? And that's it. I'll just let you answer, Doctor. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. There is both federal and provincial legislation in place to be able to outline expectations for anyone who does have COVID-19 itself, or it comes back from areas that might be at higher risk. So the Federal Quarantine Act does have legislation requiring individuals returning to Canada to isolate for 2 weeks. Now, we do have very similar legislation in Alberta, but we also have extra legislation in Alberta outlining expectations of isolation should you be identified as a contact, expectations of isolation should you be ill. And we work around that legislative environment that has been set out and structured by our Chief Medical Officer of Health at Alberta Health. Now, contact tracing is the best way to be able to identify and really track the movement and development of COVID-19 within a population. So our contact tracers do work diligently, and often I get emails from them at midnight indicating that they've been in contact with individuals who are COVID-19 positive, and they do that extra effort to be able to ask, where have you been? As in, try to identify, where did you acquire illness? Where have you provided risk as in where might you have spread illness in the several days before you were symptomatic, and then who else is at risk, to ensure that people do have the adequate resources and skills, whether that be financial knowledge of where to get financial support, to be able to maintain that necessary isolation to protect others. And in our experience, in my maybe 30,000-foot view of how our population has been doing with this, I have to applaud our Alberta population. Most people are very forthcoming with our contact tracers because they understand the severity, the seriousness of COVID-19. They want to be able to be healthy. They want to be able to protect others, and people do the right thing. And that's really impressive and reassuring to see. And certainly our contact tracers are very kind and wanting to be able to do as much as they can to help prevent spread to other individuals, whether that's in households, in schools, in workplaces, and places of recreation or businesses. So most individuals are very forthcoming with where they've been and what they've been doing, and we certainly appreciate that, and that's coupled with ease of access to testing overall within the Alberta and Edmonton area.
Thanks very much, Dr. Sikora. So we're at 3:30, and I think there's just a couple more questions here. So I'll just test consensus to finish off without taking the break. Power through. I think we're just about done. So, okay, hearing no contrary minds, we'll finish up quickly here. I've just got one more question more about supports for small business, and again, echoing that our retailers and our hospitality folks have been doing a fantastic job keeping their employees and their patrons safe by observing these measures that Dr. Sikora was talking about. But winter is now coming, and patios made that a lot easier over the summer. So I know that we've been looking at, and I've had nothing but good feedback about the summer patio program. The city moved with lightning speed. I remember going to Halifax for an FCM conference, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago, and they had bump out patios on streets. And I took a picture and I brought it back, and it took like 8 years to get us to be able to do that here. And then now we've been able to do it really, really quickly for COVID in the summer. But in the winter, that's a little more complicated. And there's a piece in the paper today about some challenges that one particular establishment on 124th Street was experiencing with a proposal they had to do something creative on their front street. So I just maybe to Mr. Laughlin or Ms. McCabe, based on everything we've learned about Winter City and based on the really difficult circumstances our small businesses and any hospitality business, including the chains, are finding themselves in, but especially in our business districts. Can you give me anything specific? I know it's still under review around the specific instance that was mentioned on 124th Street, and then in general, what are we doing to be maximally flexible to support outdoor patios, including sort of semi-sheltered spaces for our hospitality folks over the winter?
Mr. Mayor, we absolutely understand the importance of winter patios. As we move into winter, there's a number of trade-offs that we have to look at in terms of the operations for pedestrian safety and vehicle safety. But that might mean that we might need to change also some of the ways that we operate in those areas and or the traffic bylaw itself. So we're working through some of that right now. And with that one business owner, I know the team has been actively working with them today. They've got a really creative idea, and we really want to be able to enable that idea that they want to bring to their space. We just need to do it in a way that's safe for all Edmontonians.
Well, and those are the difficult trade-offs you've got to manage with your colleagues in city operations to be able to move snow around and deal with some of the winter realities on our streets that give us more flexibility in the summertime otherwise. But I really applaud the getting to yes approach your team has had on this, and just wonder, in that case, there is a park across the street. I don't know if across the street there's safety trade-offs there with people crossing the street to serve and so on and so forth. I don't know if that's appropriate, but where there's park space nearby, is that something that we could consider? Again, there are potential use issues and permitting issues and regulatory issues, but in addition to the right-of-way, where would we stand on parks as a, not maybe in this instance, but in others, or perhaps in this instance, could that be part of an answer to creating some spaces?
I think that we're absolutely open to exploring ideas with Edmonton businesses. I mean, there's always trade-offs there. It's about understanding the trade-offs and the risks, and what the trade-off is for Edmontonians in terms of how they use that park space. So I would say that the door isn't closed on that, and we need to explore it on a case-by-case basis and work with each individual business as we look at those cases.
But I think on the main streets where there are some of those pocket parks that occasionally get programmed with festivals or farmers markets and other things like that, the BIAs might have some sense of how some of those spaces could be programmed differently to support businesses year-round. So I trust we're working with them as well to look at all of those kinds of possibilities. Because maybe it's got to be fair, it's got to be open to a few different businesses or on a rotating basis or something, anything to help them get through the winter.
I know we're actively working with the BIAs, but I'll make sure to pass this idea on to Jeff Chase and team, who meet with them on a regular basis.
Yeah, and that Jeff and his team have been doing awesome work. So thank you for that. I will go to Councillor Henderson next.
Yeah, just a quick follow up to that. I was curious because I haven't had a chance to talk. I had an email to the person today, so I don't know the details. But I understand that some of the sidewalks, some of the road space we've used for sidewalks were in drive lanes, which involve stepping down off curbs and all those kind of things. But the more traditional use was allowing businesses to take the parking space and build up platform space that don't involve those kind of problems. I'm guessing, and so I just wanted to do a double check, because one of the things that I had wondered is if there was any need to take those out this winter. They're only taking up parking space. They're not taking up drive lane. They shouldn't, as a result, be that much of an impediment for our snowplows. And whether or not we're allowing those kind of operations to leave their the deck space in that was creating the pedestrian space. And I just hadn't done a double. I'd asked that question a while ago, but I hadn't done a follow-up double check to find out where we landed.
Councillor Henderson, I know we're actively working with operations to look at these on really literally a case-by-case basis for snow operations. I'm not sure if Eddie can answer that one specifically in terms of if we've blanketed that or not.
Yeah, I don't have a specific answer to that, but I can find out for you, Councillor Henderson, and get back to you. But certainly working with everyone to kind of have that flexibility is key for all of us.
Yeah, because I recognize for the businesses that have done that, it was a fairly significant investment for them, but the investment is done. For those that haven't made that investment this summer, it's probably a bit more problematic, but it'd be nice to be able to use the stuff that is already in place. And I know as well, it was interesting. I had this conversation with a restaurant owner a couple of days ago, and they're looking at putting up plexiglass barriers and things to give wind control. So I'm guessing those are the kind of things that we can do fairly simply. It's an investment for them. It's not going to be cheap to do, but from all the, again, going back to all this winter city work, if you can block the wind, space becomes way more usable.
Yeah, Councillor Henderson, and that's why we're working with businesses on a case-by-case basis to look at those creative opportunities to keep people outside and keep our businesses activated. So for the details on the boardwalks, right now, this time we're not allowing any new boardwalks this winter, but anyone who puts them in this summer, we're absolutely working with them to make sure we can keep those ones in place.
Great, good. And I'm guessing that the reality of building a boardwalk, well, who knows? I mean, I don't know where people are at and what their fiscal capacity is, so it's not a cheap prospect. Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any, then I'll just need a motion to receive the update for information.
So moved.
Thank you. Was that Councillor McKean?
Yes, but I'll second Councillor Paquette's. Oh, we don't
Okay.
need a second.
No, don't need a
Go ahead.
second or a committee. Yeah, I think you both said it like Jinx perfectly. Okay, we'll give it to Councillor Paquette. It's very gracious of you, Councillor McKean. Okay, please vote on receipt of information.
I'm a yes.
Oh, it's not coming up for me, so I'm a yes.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. And that's carried. And grace is what we could use a little more of. So, until we meet again on this, though, I think we'll get some more information at council next week, as we've heard. So our next EAC isn't for a little while longer, but we'll look at the need for these. When's the next one?
There is no more scheduled, but we have a council calendar report coming to the November 2nd council meeting, as a variety of changes need to be made to the
Okay,
schedule.
yeah, we'll have to look at, in light of what we're seeing here, how often we want to do these again, but we'll consider that next week. So anyway, thank you all for making time for this, and enjoy the rest of your day. We're adjourned.